Well, at least your sword is to the point.
Fran's backstory and development wraps up as quickly as we get to it. Fran's backstory and development wraps up as quickly as we get to it. It sets up her reasoning for leaving the Vieira village and the sacrifices she's made for freedom. And after leaving the woods, nothing. She'll exposit some lore or whatever, but her development is done.
A pleasant lie, that.
And then there's Penelo. I don't know why she's here. Of every single character, she has the least to do with the plot, the least impact on anything and everything, doesn't offer any amount of nothing. She'll exposit some lore or whatever, but her development is done. Fran's backstory and development wraps up as quickly as we get to it. It sets up her reasoning for leaving the Vieira village and the sacrifices she's made for freedom. And after leaving the woods, nothing. She'll exposit some lore or whatever, but her development is done.
A pleasant lie, that.
And then there's Penelo. I don't know why she's here. Of every single
that.
And then there's Penelo. I don't know why she's here. Of every single character, she has the least to do with the plot, the least impact on anything and everything, doesn't offer any amount of depth, and her character arc isn't even a flat line, it's just a dot. She exists for one reason and one reason only, to be a plot device. She's there to be kidnapped, to get a reason for the party to go after her and to meet up with Larsa, and to give constant connection in narrative scenes with Larsa. Penelo is the most wasted, uninteresting, bland character in all of Final Fantasy. Which makes me wonder, why not replace her with what is easily the second most interesting character in all of Final Fantasy XII? Larsa. He even joins the party on numerous occasions and has much more direct connection with the plot. He is moving things forward for the right reasons just as much as Ashes, and has his own arc of realizing that his brother Vayne doesn't have the people's best interest in mind and having to stand up against that. I firmly believe the plot would be so much better and interesting if Larsa was a main party member throughout. Why not replace her with what is easily the second most interesting character in all of Final Fantasy XII? Larsa. Chibi Acer and Villain, thanks for the resubs. Good to see you guys. Back in work mode. Pretty much picking up right where we left off Monday. I have not been able to touch the video since then. So I didn't make any kind of progress. I had a bad brain day yesterday. So, didn't really get much work done. In all of Final Fantasy XII, Larsa. He even joins the party on numerous occasions and has much more direct connection with the plot. He is moving things forward for the right reasons just as much as Ashes, and has his own arc of realizing that his brother Vayne doesn't have the people's best interest in mind and having to stand up against that. I firmly believe the plot would be so much better and interesting if Larsa was a main party member throughout. Even with all of these arguments, there's a unit throughout. Party member throughout. And even with all of these arguments, there's a universal truth to each one of them. They are all underutilized. None of them are strictly bad, they're just lacking in execution, or are an empty void. This in a way makes many of them forgettable compared to so many other Final Fantasy characters from any other game. But I also think it's because a major component is missing from this particular title. Emotion. For a story Let's see. Yeah, that'll work, whatever. Just doing the last little bit of
Sweet.
It's not even finished. Not that sweet, Michael Jordan. Unzinkable, thank you for the Twitch Prime resub. Trying to get my last little bit of audio embedded. And then we're going to go back and add some polish and visual flair to everything. Is missing from this particular title. Emotion. For a story that starts out so strongly about people and their relationships with other people, there is no feeling in almost every scene. You can make the story as intriguing and fascinating as much as you want, but unless there's a reason for the viewer to care, it isn't going to resonate with anyone. This is Final Fantasy XII's biggest fault, and it's right in line with it not having a good follow-through in any of their setup. Take any example for any of the endgame encounters. Balthier faces off against his father Cid, confronting him after years of tension and no longer tolerating his evil ambitions. Balthier knows Cid is being controlled by Vana and tries to free him, but Cid dies and it just kind of goes, yep, on to the next thing. No moment of grieving or triumph, or Bosch finally facing off against Gabranth, his own family who framed him, locked him away for years, who chose a different path. They fight, Bosch wins, and Gabranth even tries to redeem himself by continuing to protect Larsa, only to succumb to his wounds. Bosch's response to it all... The music peters out a bit too much there for my liking. Yeah, maybe just bust out Sky Fortress just to bring some energy back in. Windows, stop. No moment of grieving or triumph, or Bosch finally facing off against Gabranth, his own family, who framed him, locked him away for years, who chose a different path. They fight, Bosch wins, and Gabranth even tries to redeem himself by continuing to protect Larsa, only to succumb to his wounds. Bosch's response to it all is, "Peace out, bitch." Again, even Larsa should have an emotional moment where he realizes how wrong he's been about Vayne and the Empire in general. There's no processing it or talking through it to see why it should matter to the player. He instead looks sad about it for a bit, and then helps defeat Vayne like he's a problem to be solved, then someone who was important to him be misled. Without these impactful, emotional moments, the story of Final Fantasy XII becomes things happening in front of our eyes, but not a single thing felt through the player. It's not that there aren't attempts at moving scenes, because there is, but they feel empty and unearned. When they don't leave an echo of feeling, then the story itself doesn't remain with anyone. Alright, cool. Alright, that's the last little bit of bed music I wanted to put in there, and I went back and re-recorded some lines so I can go through and fix all those guys. In fact, I might just do that first. Just gonna go right down the line here. Here's the first one. This is why I marked them rows, so I can find them later so I know where to fix it. I already mentioned how open the world is. Hopefully this won't sound too Frankenbitey. I already mentioned how open the world is. Can I just squeeze that boy in there? Yeah, that's actually pretty close. Try to line it up so it's closer like that. And then we just go chunk replace. See how that sounds. Completely optional areas. I already mentioned how open the world is and how there are many paths to take. Clean. Good, 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 good. All right, next little audio fix. This one here. What happened? This is another way the world feels so realized. This is where I had to pop just at the world this. This is another... So if I can... Not forest. What color are you? Not teal. What color are you? Iris? What the hell's this green color? Just green? Not... Nope. Cerulean. Nope. Whatever the fuck Caribbean is? Alright, whatever the fuck Caribbean is. Sure, whatever. This... This... I need my shortest tape there. How's that sound? Eastern and Icelandic. This is another way the world... Yeah. Accents, Spanish accents, Middle Eastern and Icelandic. This is another way the world feels... Yep. Good. We go and fix this guy. With the Second Empire going to war with the Second Empire. All right, Second Empire. With the Second Empire. Actually lines up pretty good right there. With the Second Empire. With the Second Empire. With the Second Empire. I like this middle tick the most, but I don't know how well it's going to fit. With the Second Empire. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So I'm going to take this guy and just replace it. Rewind it back and just close our eyes and give it a listen. The story is about the Empire of Arcadia going to war with the Second Empire. The Empire of Rosaria. Yeah. It's actually like just too much on the loud side. I need to bring it down just by a little bit. Going to war with the Second Empire. The Empire of Rosaria. Yeah. Much better. Get rid of those audio pops. Fix this guy. Like it was romanticized in a literal sense. In a literal sense. In a literal sense. So we need to line up like right there. Romanticized in a literal sense. Words, intent, and in a literal sense. In a literal sense. Word. Actually, I think that one works. That's fine. Good. Fixed. Next. Cool character like Bosch or Balthier. Cool character like Bosch or Balthier. That one was fast. Do I have a slower one I could use? Cool character like Bosch or Balthier. Cool character like Bosch or Balthier. So line those guys up to about where it starts. In there. Yeah, I might just need to trim that a bit. How does editing not drive you a bit crazy? The secret is it does. It's also something you slowly get more used to, the more and more you do it. Cool character like Bosch or Balthier. Wrong is that he isn't a cool character like Bosch or Balthier. Vaughn actually shows a lot of growth and emotional maturity early on. Like I said, there we go. In reality.
Very well. Then the path set before us is clear. We'll use the Dawn Shard to fight them.
You even know how to use it?
Aside from this, though, he doesn't have much direct impact on the next one. Ambition for more magical sciencey stuff. So this one I can get away with fixing just the 4 more.
Sweet.
4 more. That one didn't sound very clean. Snooze Cruise and Hero Legend. Hero Legend hitting that 3-year mark. Thank you, man. For more. For more. For and ambition for more magical sciencey stuff. I guess I'm gonna bring that volume down a little bit so it just sounds a bit. Is dangerous because of his desire and ambition for more magical sciencey stuff. There just isn't much follow through on this, with no clear. Got it. We got a lot more here. She has the least to do with the plot. This one might be a little bit harder to make sound natural. She has the least to do with the plot. Or maybe I'll nail it on the first go. Every single character, she has the least to do with the plot. The least impact on anything. Yeah, we're gonna just nail it and move on. With the plot. With the plot. With the plot. Okay. And has much more direct connection with the plot. He is moving things forward for the right reason. Good. Alright, cool. I managed to clean up all those weird little audio cuts and pops that I had throughout for whatever reason. Oh, thanks, Peachy Boy. Much appreciated. Well, now I can go back through. And the main goal here basically going to be editing stuff in such a way that just to add like visually interesting things. Because quite frankly, I need enough like jingling keys to help keep viewer retention. Let's figure out how the fuck I'm going to do that. At the main menu, Final Fantasy XII brings you right in with the simplest, most effective way. Just putting the Final Fantasy theme right away. First thing I notice, I kind of want to ease that transition a bit. Simplest, most effective way. Just putting the Final Fantasy theme right away pulls me into the game and prepares me for everything to come. In fact, this is one of Final Fantasy XII's greatest strengths. Its ability to pull you into its very full, very realized world. This is in part to 12 taking place in the world of Ivalice, a high fantasy setting previously used in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with like here, setting previously used in Final Fantasy Tactics, think I'm gonna grab either box arts or images of those games.
Sweet.
Just one simple Adam with a resub, and Kapoor also coming in. Sorry, Capital Regime. Thank you for the resub as well. In the world of Ivalice, a high fantasy setting previously used in Final. Let's motion tween this bitch. Whoops, not this one. Undo. Let's select you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Final Fantasy Tactics. See if I can pop in there. In Final Fantasy Tactics. Gotta resize this guy so it's close to this size. It's a Tactics Advanced one. Do the same thing with like the little pop-in animation. In Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and VIG. Is there room to fit you? Well, let's let it overlap a little bit. That's fine. Add some dimension. Previously used in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with that, what we'll do to help bring focus to all the images is we're gonna blur out the background. throw Gaussian blur. Start at 10. I need more than that, like 25. Yeah. We'll crossfade those in. In Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. Okay. Get some drop shadows on these guys. Used in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant. I want to add like a whoop sound effect to these guys, like a pop noise. What do I have that would work well for that? A lot of times I just default to Kirby Superstar sound effects because Kirby Superstar has some of the best sound effects ever used. What would you even call that sound effect? Like a whoop? A button sound effect of sorts? That was loud. Default to Mega Man X or 7 sound effects yourself? I don't want to use 7 sound effects so much. Since I just did a lot of 7. Like, just did a video on that. I don't want to, like, cross the streams, as it were. Also, what's up, Dylan? By the way, chat, the Drunkard is the editor for Now in the 90s. That's a crack. Not what I want at all. Oh, dude, it's your birthday? I know it's your birthday. Happy birthday. What the crap? You didn't tell me it was your birthday. Now get back to work. Here's some Mega Man X sound effects. I feel like all of these are too recognizable. Also good sound effects, but it's like they're impossible to get, is Little Big Planet. Apparently that's called Schwink. Oh, are you gonna answer that? Sonar ping? No. Magic sound? No. DB gifting a sub to Dylan. Thanks, DB. I kind of want like menu select kind of sound effects is what I'm imagining. This, but reverse? Kind of lacks impact. How long does a video edit usually take you? Anywhere from 30 to 60 hours, depending on the video. This one's going to be on the high side. Like that. Zip Zoo? Sure. Yeah, kind of just going the D flat, E flat, F flat. So if I just put them in. Just put them in, not touch anything else. How's it sound and look? High fantasy setting previously used in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with that, it's fine. Setting previously used in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with that, that's fine. And nest the sequence. Oops, not quite. Shit. That's the sequence so I can have everything transition out. I just, well, I was just gonna do like a slide out But even with that, story. But even with that,
Just have it all. Move over.
even with that, but even with that, 12s of that. But even with that, even with that,
Come on, like, I think I need a motion blur. If I did like a directional blur,
even with that, even with that, but even with that, but even with,
yeah, it's kind of subtle, but I feel like it makes it seem less jarring.
but even with that,
It's gonna be one of those things where only I'm gonna frickin' notice it.
but even with that,
Cool. The last thing we can do to really sell this transition is to give it a swish. We want the peak of the switch to kind of happen at the peak of the transition. So it'd be like about there.
even with that, previously used in
Sweet.
Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with that, 12's event,
Jag, thank you for the resub through Twitch Prime. Bring the volume down a bit, just so that it's there, but
Advance, and Vagrant Story. But even with that, 12's
there we go. When do I expect this video to be out? Next week. Probably. Ideally, be more like Saturday. Like 10 days from now.
events are centuries after those, so it's still able to have its own artistic direction that is absolutely.
Is that correct?
12's events are centuries after those.
Nope. 12's actually the first canonically. Gotta fix that. Fuck.
So it's still able to have its own artistic direction that is absolutely fantastic. Many of the cities and the people.
This video, Opera Omnia states that 12's and tactics of Evilise are different. Yeah, I mean, Vagrant Story being an Evilise is a retcon. Like, it was never actually part of Evilise or intended to be that. It was just kind of like little Easter eggs. And then later just like, yeah, sure, it's an Evilise. Why the fuck not?
Have a distinctly Mediterranean feel, already giving 12 a distinct look from every other Final Fantasy game. This is best exemplified in the starting city, Rabanastre, a bustling capital filled with shops, markets, sewers, and a class divide. What makes it so real, so believable compared to any other Final Fantasy game is just how dense the city itself is. There are people everywhere, numerous NPCs to talk to. The market is filled with patrons and merchants alike. Guards are about everywhere. There are butts.
Need a better butt shot. There's a part where we meet up with Redis. I want that butt. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Speaking of Redis. This lady's butt. That there temporarily. Fairly certain she gets a better butt shot at some point. Nope, those are your boobs. Get that out. There we go. There we go. There, found it.
There are butts.
Really gonna zoom in on that ass.
There are butts. The weapon.
Alright, we good. Yep.
Or about everywhere. There are butts. The weapon, armor, there are butts. The weapon, armor,
There we go. If my words aren't going to keep people's attentions, maybe butts will. I guess that also kind of works for YouTube videos, right? I got nothing jingling to distract him with. Here's a butt or a boob. Maybe sometimes both, if you're lucky. Hope Harvestella has butts too. I don't know about butts, but they definitely got some
Sweet.
thighs. Chef Kawasaki, thanks for the resub.
Magic and item shops can all be entered, and they're just as filled with people as the outside. The tavern has tons of activity and people to interact with.
This little jump cut. doesn't sit right with me. So I think I'm gonna have to throw a transition into there.
With people as the filled with people as the outside. As filled with people as the outside. The tavern has tons of activity and people to interact with, some of them giving side quests, many more giving insight into the way the world works and functions on a day-to-day basis. It's not just Rabanastre that's like this either. Every single city in 12 is such a great representation of a developed setting. Even the smaller side cities are ripe with activity, and the capital of Arcadia shows a completely different way of life, showcasing how the aristocratic life of the nobles suppresses the downtrodden commoners. Seeing all the different races together, the way they discuss the other castes, or mentions of their different governments all adds up. It isn't so much lore as it is world building, and Final Fantasy XII does this in strides. More than any other Final Fantasy game, I can look around in each city and think to myself, yeah, I could see myself living here. There's a very myself living here. There's a very simple yeah, I could see myself living here. Living here.
The easiest way. When you hear about the game Shadowgate, which version comes to mind first? Oh, yeah, NES version. Easy. Like, not even a contest. I know there's a Game Boy version, but like... NES version. Though I did like the, that reboot that they did. Which one of the many red arrows do I want to use? I don't know if the curve's gonna work. I think close to that. Alright, so we're going to export this image so I can use this for my video. Greg, come on, man. Also, what's up? First off. Second, you can't do that, dude. I'm literally trying to get work done, and you're like, hey, but what if we shoot some dudes instead? This is how I don't get things done. Because of people like you. I want to try something. How ambitious am I feeling? Just lost my place in the timeline. God damn it. There we go. I know this would be way easier if I just tethered it using After Effects. Living here. Switch too much. Living here. Living here. Living here. Oh, living here. Living here. Yeah, it's not exact, but whatever. I think the joke's coming across at least.
living here. There's living here. There's a yeah, I could see myself living here. There's a very simple reason that.
Okay. That's about where I want it, though. Just need to get a couple last keyframes here.
Yeah, I could see myself living here. There's a very simple reason.
Like that last little bit of movement.
Living here. There's a very simple.
Yeah. Are we getting a full run of Live Alive? I would like to, absolutely. We'll have to see if it if it works into the schedule, to be honest. Because you know how it goes. Once I get done with one Final Fantasy game, I move on to the next. Ah, Greggy. Thanks, Greg. Gifting out 5 subs to everybody. For those of you who don't know who are here, Greg used to be my boss when I worked at GameStop. Which is why ever since I stopped working for him, I've become lazier and lazier. And my work ethic has deteriorated. Five years ago? By 5 years ago, do you mean like 13 years ago? Damn, that was 13 years ago. Yeah, being self-employed can be hard to find motivation. Although one of my biggest motivations is I like money. And having it. So.
Simple reason that this world of Ivalice is far more developed and dense than any Final Fantasy game before it. And the answer is right on your thumb. For the first time, 12 allows you to have free camera control, allowing you to look in any direction.
Was that a little audio pop right there that I missed?
Control, allowing you to look in any direction you want using the right analog stick.
Yep.
You look in any direction you want using the right analog stick. You're able to look at anything and everything. Free camera control, allowing you to look in.
Fuck. How'd that happen? Just that one little frame of audio.
But you look in any.
now. Let's have to redo it. Fuck. How many hours a week do I spend editing? I mean, hours a week is hard to say because there are some weeks where I just don't have a video project lined up. I'm not editing, and then I'm instead working on writing or capturing footage or whatever. But then when it comes to a video, all depends on the length of the video. This current one, which is maybe like 60% done, I've spent... Oh, chat was here. How long have I spent editing this? About 20 hours right now. But usually, depending on the video, it can take anywhere from 30 to 60 hours to edit. So, it's kind of hard to say a week. Everyone's process is also different in GM Uko, so I don't feel like, I don't want to try to give you like a benchmark to use. But it's like, well, if Jared edits video like 35 hours a week, that's how long I should be spending on my videos. That's not always the case. Everyone just has different processes. And my edits are usually on the lighter side compared to a lot of other YouTubers because I don't like trying to have too many jingling keys, as we talked about. How many hours a week do I roughly shoot dudes with my boys? Usually around 4 to 6. Which sucks, because it's really, really dumb and really, really boring when you're just always winning. You know? When you just get a 100% win rate. What's the point?
Camera control, allowing you to look in any direction you want using the right analog stick. You're able to look at anything and everything, absorbing every single detail possible. Because of this, cities and areas had to be designed to be looked at from every angle. This made for a lot of areas to be fantastic set pieces, giving a true sense of scale and awe-inspiring wonder. Every city, every dungeon, every landmark is a visual feast. The best part about it all is how wide open every area is. Anytime you have somewhere you need to go, you have multiple ways of reaching your destination. This is a Final Fantasy that is free of the confines of the hallway or a straight line to progress. You can see the hills to climb or rocks to go around, just to offer more freedom of exploration as you play. Opening the map and zooming out of any area can make you realize how much larger every single place is and how interconnected the world truly is. You'll be coming back to these areas frequently, so it's great just how expansive the playable areas are. Basically, I'm trying to say I freaking love the world in Final Fantasy XII. It's still...
Throw a little visual transition in there, because I kind of go from... Just to add with a transition of my voiceover, because I kind of go from describing it to giving personal affiliation with it. And when I do that, I kind of want it to kind of visually transition along with the voiceover transition.
Basically, I'm trying to say I freaking love the world in Final Fantasy XII. Basically, I'm trying to say I freaking love...
Don't know if that's the transition I want. Cross zoom? No. I pull out some of my fancy transitions.
Freaking love...
No, that looks awful.
I'm trying to say I freaking love...
I don't like that. How much footage do I need to go through and work with? How much editing needs to be done? Does it need to be re-recorded? Yes. I've already had to re-record some of the voiceover lines here and fix them. That's how I kind of started the stream. For footage, I mean, like, for a game like Final Fantasy, I generally play through the entire game and capture my entire playthrough. So I have all of the game recorded. Plus, you never know when you're going to want or need a certain event or line of dialogue. So I've got 50 hours of Final Fantasy XII footage.
I freaking love... I'm trying to say I freaking love the world in Final...
And yeah, things need to be reworked all the time.
Fantasy XII. It's still so good to go through and enjoy, and this is thanks to just how freaking good Final Fantasy XII looks. Again, it was released on the very tail end of the PlayStation 2. It is, graphically, leaps ahead of Final Fantasy X or XI. The CGI cutscenes still look absolutely amazing, the character design is great, and there are so many monster designs. Even small details like seeing clothing or hair flap in the wind shows how much more they were able to do with this entry than ever before. I want to live in Ivalice because it looks good, and it looks good because it looks so believable I could live in it. It's impressive on a technical level, sure, but really it's because of the art direction. Aesthetically, this is my favorite look of any Final Fantasy game. The people, the characters, the outfits, the weapons, the buildings, the environments, the dungeons, all freely observed with the first controllable camera. The camera comes into use during gameplay as well. While exploring, it can be used to help you look around every single corner to find any treasure chests tucked away. Though there is a reliable minimap, it also lets you see what path forward you want to take or figure out how to get to a location. And in battle, it can be moved around the entire time, making every attack visible or incoming enemy plainly on screen.
I don't know if there's much else I gotta do there. I've got that one little audio line I wanna patch up, but that's about it. I feel like having more of the visual effects early on in the video is ideal, because then you're making sure you're keeping people's attention a bit earlier. It's like a buffer.
While running on the field, you'll see numerous
Double check my script, because I might be able to actually ripple edit that. Assistant Professor Emil, thank you for the resub. Nope, I do have a live action shot I need to plop into there still. Which means like a lot of the music stuff won't make sense until I get that.
While running on the field, you'll see numerous monsters wandering about, some that are passive and many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up the menu, choose a character, and select a command for them. Some that are passive and many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up. While running on the field, you'll see numerous monsters wandering about, some that are passive and many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up the menu, choose a character, and select a command for them to execute, like attacking.
So right here is where I bring up the menu.
That will attack you on sight. You can bring up. While running on the field, you'll see numerous monsters wandering about, some that are passive and many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up.
$10, 12 frames. I also really want that to interpolate and ease in.
You can bring up the menu, choose a character, and select a command for them.
Yep. And it's going to go right back out. Even ease these out.
Some that are passive and many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up the menu, choose a character, and select a command for them to execute, like attacking said monster. They'll then begin an auto-attack sequence. And many that will attack you on sight. You can bring up the menu, choose a character, and select a command for them to execute, like attacking said monster. They'll then begin an auto-attack sequence. Every time their ATB bar fills,
Yeah, I like that little motion in there.
They'll then begin an auto attack sequence. Every time their ATB bar fills, they'll attack. At any point in time, you can bring up the menu to have them do auto attack sequence. Every
Gonna do the same thing here, showing off the ATB bar.
time their ATB bar fills, they'll attack.
Oops. 5, 10, 11, 12.
Begin an auto attack sequence. Every time their ATB bar fills, they'll attack. At
Oops.
They'll then begin an auto attack sequence. Every time their ATB bar fills, they'll attack. At any point in time, you can bring up the menu to have them do any other command of your choosing, such as casting spells or using items and skills. It will instantly override their previous action. Essentially, you know how in previous games you would get into a battle and just mash attack to get it over with? And only sometimes you'd need to use a spell or whatever? That's exactly what you're doing in 12. Only the game has taken the
I thought about having keyframing in a little animation of a PS2 controller and someone's thumb just going dirt, 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 on mashing X to attack. I don't know if I want to put that much effort into it. Or I could just show the capture actual footage of me holding a PS2 controller and mashing the X button. But I'm also pretty sure I've done that joke before in a previous Final Fantasy video. I don't want to repeat myself. Yeah, I think it's mostly that I've already done that joke before. Ogie, thanks 150 bits. Well, it's not a running gag, though. And not even a proper callback. Like, there's a difference between callbacks and running gags versus just repeating a joke. This is just repeating a joke. I don't think I want to do that. We'll have to see how I feel later.
just mash attack to get it over with, and only sometimes you'd need to use a spell or whatever. That's exactly what you're doing in 12. Only the game has taken the courtesy of doing attacks for you, saving you the trouble. There's some excitement in seeing them attack, though. The animations are so well connected. When a character suddenly busts out hitting multiple times in a row, there's a feeling of, oh hell yeah dude, get him, every time. When a character blocks with a shield or parries an attack, you see that animation play out. There is something to seeing an enemy's sword bounce off of a shield or spear that's cool to see. The misconception comes from many people comparing this style of gameplay to an MMO, which I understand where they're coming from. At the time, no other game did this style of auto-attacking aside from MMORPGs, like EverQuest or Final Fantasy XI. But this isn't an accurate comparison. Simply being able to pause all action to discern the situation or swapping out equipment or even party members makes it far more involved. This comparison, however, stuck and was a mark against Final Fantasy XII by many fans. I disagree with it in earnest. Final Fantasy XII has much more freedom and engaging combat than contemporary MMOs. In fact, there is one other game that is very similar to the gameplay of Final Fantasy XII, and everyone loved it, and that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Similar to the gameplay of Final Fantasy XII, and everyone loved it, and that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. In the 7 Remake, you're doing attacks and that's the Final Fantasy similar to the gameplay of Final Fantasy XII, and everyone loved it. And that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. In the
Don't want that. I want that to hit harder.
Final Fantasy XII, and everyone loved it. And that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. In the 7 Remake, and that 12, and everyone loved it. And that's the Final.
I'll push that back a bit.
It. And that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. In the 7 Remake, you're doing. Everyone loved it. And that's the Final Fantasy. And everyone loved it. And that's the Final Fantasy.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
12, and everyone loved it. And that's the Final Fantasy VII Remake. In the 7 Remake, you're doing attacks or even auto-attacking if you have that option activated, letting the ATB bar fill up. Then, at any time, you pause the action to give a command to any of the party members to do something else. This is fundamentally the same design as Final Fantasy XII, and everyone loved it here. The only difference is the 7 Remake is flashy and actiony, whereas 12 is more grounded and, I use the term loosely here, realistic. If you liked the battles in Final Fantasy VII Remake, consider checking out Final Fantasy XII. There is a major difference with 12, though, and that is
I want to change this little segment here. Not feeling that. Just grab a different little combat section.
I use the term loosely here, realistic. If you liked the battles in Final Fantasy VII Remake, consider checking out Final Fantasy XII. There is a major difference with 12. Consider checking out Final Fantasy. Consider checking out Final Fantasy XII.
I actually kind of like the crossfading in that. Just because they're kind of helps emphasize the similarities.
Fantasy VII Remake, consider checking out Final Fantasy XII. There is a
Yeah. All right, we'll need one more transition here, though, because again, changing thought process and viewpoints in my voiceover. So we're going to do a video transition to match with that. What would work? Try to spit it out.
12. There is a major difference with 12, though. 12. There is a...
Do I want a sound effect to go with this? I don't know if I want another, like, whoosh. A lot of swooshes. Yeah, I don't think I feel those. Squish and sound? Sure is. Shrink? Okay. A little intense. Some of these are good. I like that one. Okay, which one was that? Not that one. That one's spooky. Shit, where was that? Lost it. Too much. That one. Saturday night, I'll have to see if I'm good to go on this bullshit. But yeah, if I'm down or fatigued, absolutely. Take it easy, Greg. Yeah, I want these sound effects, but I don't want to pay any money. I wasn't asking. Damn it. I know you're not joking. Gotta sign up for this website. Ugh. I don't wanna. Oh, I gotta like sign up for this website. I really don't wanna. But I want these sounds. Kutrala, thanks for gifting out a sub. Really appreciate that. I was trying just to get one little smoosh effect. You make me jump through so many hoops for it. And I lost it again. Damn it. Where'd it go? You stupid website. Too much. Short whoosh. There. Give me that.
There is a major difference with 12.
It's loud. Turn that down a lot.
12. There is a major difference with 12, though. Final Fantasy 12. There is a major difference.
Either this is too fast or the sound is... I don't know what.
Final Fantasy 12. There is a major difference. 12. There is a
Just because of cutoff there?
12. There is a major difference with 12, though.
Guess it's a little bit better. Not sure if I'm really feeling that transition still there. That's just a bear. Why hasn't anyone made a new bear sound effect? You ever talk about that? Like, why is it that people have been using the same damn bear sound effect since like 1993? You know, the one I just played, the... I'm not gonna focus on this right now. This is another one of those times where if I just get so hyper-focused on this, I'm not gonna get anywhere else on the rest of the videos. I'm just gonna shelf that for now. Maybe revisit that in the future. We'll move on. Now, how hard could it be just to like find a bear with a nice-ass microphone, noise canceling, and then you find that bear, hold the microphone up to its mouth, and just, you know, poke him a little bit. Just be like, do something. How hard could it be? Kids today are too soft. Go poke the bear. And that is the Gambit system. Gambits allow you to set up parameters for the AI-controlled party members to do actions when certain conditions are met. For example, cast Cure when a party member's hit points fall below 40%. Or, when an enemy is weak against fire, automatically cast Firaga. There are dozens of system. Gambits allow you to set up parameters for the AI-controlled party members to do actions when certain conditions are met. For example, cast Cure when a party member's hit points fall below 40%. Or, when an enemy is weak against fire, automatically cast Firaga. There are dozens of Gambit options and even more actions to choose from. You can even change their order on every character's list, this needs to be changed. Cast Firaga. There are dozens Raga. There must have too long of a pause there. Cast Firaga. There are Firaga. There are oops. Gameplay 11.2 starting at 33.25. 33.25, the time code. Are dozens of Gambit options and even more actions to choose from. You can even change options and even more actions to choose from. You can even change the order on choose from. You can even change their order on. There we go. Menu stuff is hard because it's inherently not interesting to watch.
Against fire, automatically cast Firaga. There are dozens of gambit options and even more actions to choose from. You can even change their order on every character's list, making some more important than others. That cure someone at 40%, for example, is at the top, and when that isn't needed, they'll default to attacking. With enough gambits and proper setup, you can go from having the team from simply auto-attacking to a full-on autonomous machine handling for example, is at the top, and when that isn't needed, they'll someone at 40%, for example, is at the top, and
let's do that.
at 40%, for example, is at the top, and when that isn't needed, they'll default to attacking. With enough gambits and proper setup, attacking. With enough
Yep, looks good to me.
and when that isn't needed, they'll default to attacking. With enough gambits and proper setup, you can go from having the team from simply auto-attacking to a full-on autonomous the team from simply auto-attacking to a full-on autonomous machine handling every fight on their own. The Gambit system saves so much time, as when properly done, you'll rarely need to issue direct commands. Plus, the AI will just pull it off faster than you can react anyway. With certain boss fights, proper gambits are practically a necessity. So much can happen all at once. They're another strategic choice to react and handle before you can even press a button. There are still critiques when it comes to the Gambit system, though. Some people do not enjoy the automation. They like having constant direct input and full control at all times, so they feel engaged and active in the game. Honestly, I get that. There is something to being able to press X to do something consistently versus having the controller just sit there. However, I don't feel uninvolved with the Gambit system. Again, this is something I designed and put together for my team, and then when I send my units out to battle, seeing them crush a target and having every contingency accounted for makes me feel like a goddamn genius. Like, haha, bitch, I knew you was gonna petrify us. I already have Golden Needle and Asuna set into my gambits. The enjoyment is knowing that I created a well-designed team. There are other issues with the Gambit system. For one, you need to unlock Gambit slots for each character on the license board. They have a limited amount to begin with. Not only that, but the numerous Gambit parameters need to be either found or purchased from a store. I don't understand this. It feels like just another place to spend
I think we'll change up the music here.
There are other issues with the Gambit system.
I haven't used the music yet. I think I hear actually pulling out the clan hall would work. Yeah, just because I'm going from one idea about the gambits to another. I want the everything to transition with it.
Other issues with the Gambit system. For one, you need to unlock Gambit slots for each character on the license board. They have a limited amount to begin with. Not only that, but the numerous Gambit parameters need to be either found or purchased from a store. I don't understand this. It feels like just another place to spend money instead of having these options available to you. Also, a lot of the gambits are redundant. What's the difference between do something at 30% hit points versus do something at 40% hit points? Redundant? What's...
Gonna smash cut into that.
Gambits are redundant? What's the difference between do something at 30% hit points versus do something at 40% hit points? I don't need to buy all of these, but if they are there, maybe I'll need them anyway. I think the weakest part is that while gambits allow you to set up and assign any and all actions you can think of, there is no way to set up party positioning. Some spells have area of effect abilities, things like Kira. You can set who to target with that spell, but there's no way to tell everyone else to gather in to make sure they'll all be affected by the heal spell. There's also no way to tell them where to stand compared to an enemy. Some of the enemies will do like whirlwind moves or whatever and hit everything around them, but party members will stand directly next to them without a second thought. Fran, back up. Fran, get away from him! Back up. Fran, get away from him! Fran, you have a bow! You don't need to fire at point-blank range! Any mage or someone with a ranged weapon can... Ranged weapon can become a stupid liability because of this. The only way to get around this is to change control to a character and move them yourself. My gripes aside, I love the battle system of Final Fantasy XII. I find it incredibly engaging. I like seeing my commands play out, but there's also still enough surprises that I need to intervene and actively play the game as well. This may be one of those instances where, as an observer, it looks really boring in that you're not doing much, but as a player, you can see every single one of your decisions play out constantly, whether it's commands, movement, or the gambits that you have set.
No. Alright, there's a little bit there. Intense. The water's not nice. Whoops. Nope. Did not mean to press that. Come back. There we go. I'm not certain I've done enough in this section. Might need to come back to it.
And there are tons of opportunities to use the battle system to its fullest. Aside from the usual side quests you can find, there's also the hunting board. Going to this or your clan...
Can I go my script for a second? Okay. I can actually do that.
Or the gambits that you have set. And there are that you have set. And there are tons of have set. And there are tons of have set. And there are tons of opportunities to use have set. And there are tons of opportunities to use the battle system to its...
Okay. I'm gonna do another transition in here.
There are tons of opportunities have set. And there are tons of opportunities to use the battle...
There we go.
You have set. And there are tons of opportunities to use the battle system to...
It'll flare swipe right over.
Have set. And there are...
Does Jared interact with chat much? Nah, pretty much never. I'm just in the middle of a work stream, Jock. So it's not really like a chill and hang out with chat stream. Pretty focused on editing stuff. But that said, if I had anything more interesting to talk about, I would. Well, what do you guys want to talk about? How's your investment portfolio doing? Getting some good gains from your theta decay? Does that do anything for you? Thinking like your life. Fucking rude. Buy deep out the money puts. Not financial advice.
You have set. And there are tons of opportunities to...
You know, I actually really like that. The song itself
You have set. And there are tons of
has a cymbal roll. And that actually works really well with the lens flare swipe. Like, listen to this chat. I'm a genius. Listen.
Gambits that you have set. And there are tons of opportunities.
Yeah.
Set. And there are tons of opportunities.
Hell yeah. I'm so smart.
Opportunities to use the battle system to its fullest. Aside from the usual side quests you can find, there's also the hunting board. Going to this or your clan hall allows you to take bounties to take down certain marks. Each of these monsters are essentially mini-boss fights. They'll employ some advanced strategies or...
Do you think anyone's ever ripped just the Final Fantasy XII sound effects anywhere?
You fall down most.
Maybe?
Hopefully you found the sound effect that...
Stop.
Hopefully you found the sound effect that you were looking for.
Found character sound effects. These are definitely all Final Fantasy 13 though, aren't they? Yeah, I can recognize those.
I must join forces.
Can't say that's what I thought that would be.
Curse your fate of weakness. I will show no mercy. I will enjoy this.
All right, Chaos. Yeah, those are Final Fantasy VI sound effects, but it's not what I want. So I'm gonna guess no one. Sound resource. This is a website? Oh shit. What do we got? Is it just gonna be voice files? Yeah, it's just voice files. Damn it. That's the Final Fantasy XII stepping on a trap sound effect. I wonder if I could rip them. Yeah. Ripping them, it sounds like it would be a lot of effort that I don't want to do. No, I give up. That's fine.
Boss fights. They'll employ some advanced strategies or have particular defenses that you'll need to gambit system yourself
Jason,
around.
great. Tier 2
I love
resub.
all of these fights.
Thank you so
These are
much.
some of the most fun you can have in Final Fantasy XII, and there are dozens of them. I had an amazing gameplay loop of acquiring a bounty, finding where they are hidden, an immensely enjoyable battle, and bringing back the loot for rare rewards and equipment levels before I was supposed to have them. These hunts also help direct you to one of the many completely optional areas. I already mentioned how open the world is, and how there are many paths to take. And these hunts will guide you to places you may have missed or go through entire dungeons that exist solely for hunts and finding rare items and rare magic spells. Outside of the MMO games, Final Fantasy XII has the most extra things to do of any mainline entry. Also, it's worth noting that this battle system addressed something that was a long-standing aggravation of the series. There are no random battles.
Let's transition that there.
Also, it's worth
Yeah, not feeling that one.
Also, it's worth
I don't like any of those, frankly.
Also, it's worth noting an entry. Also, it's worth noting that this battle system addressed something that was a long-standing aggravation of the series. There are no random battles. You see every enemy on the battlefield. You want to fight them? You go up to them, or just keep on walking. It also streamlined combat by removing the victory screens for every single fight. You don't need to stop for several seconds after every single fight to see them dance and then watch the experience points and money be given out. It's all happening constantly in real time with no pauses, allowing you to keep moving with very little downtime. After bosses, though, they'll still pose up a storm.
Oops, same thing. Can bring these together.
Still pose up a storm. Speaking of after fights, you'll notice after bosses, though, they'll still pose up a storm. Speaking of after fights, still pose up a storm. Speaking of after fights, you'll notice that
I don't like that little honk.
though, they'll still pose up a storm. Speaking of after fights, you'll notice that after each kill, everyone is getting an amount of experience points and LP. Experience points still allow characters to level up, and they'll get increases to each of their stats. LP stands for license points, though it may be easier to describe as job points because jobs are back, baby! There are 12 different jobs to choose from. Some classic ones like Knight or Black Mage, and some familiar ones with new twists, like the spear-wielding and some familiar ones with new twists, like the spear-wielding and some familiar ones with new twists, like the spear-wielding Ulin and Time Battle Mage. Each comes with a license board, and as characters earn LP, they can unlock new sections of their boards. These licenses essentially allow a character to use higher level equipment, use new spells, or get other buffs such as more hit points, stronger attacks, and additional gambit slots. Even better, each character can be assigned 2 jobs.
There's going to be a lot more transitions here because the license board look very, very similar per character. And to help better demonstrate that we're swapping them around, I need to transition
Can be assigned 2
or resize things. Let's go for a resize.
character can be assigned 2 jobs, allowing for some great combinations. You can even great combination. Allowing for some great combinations. You can even use the crossover to essentially skip to other places of
want to do that. Directionals, blur push again. To record my script before or after I had to replay the game? Bit of both. I had some of the script already written beforehand, but I don't write my scripts until after I play the game again, so I've got it fresh in my mind. Skip to other places. Actually, skip to other places of. Skip to other places. It's over to essentially skip to other. A small swoosh here might be in order. Not what I wanted. Wet lush. Sure is. Skip to other places of the other assigned license board. Think of it as a reformed version of Final Fantasy X's Sphere Grid, where instead of just stat buffs, it's also how you choose what spells and equipment everyone can use. There are tons of combinations and unique traits to each, and I find myself loving the decision making at each board. You can look ahead. There are tons of combinations. There are tons of combinations and unique. There are tons of combinations one can use. There are tons of combinations and unique traits to each, and I find there we go, like a little.
There are tons
kind of dropping the board.
There are tons of
transition.
combinations and unique traits to each, and I find myself loving the decision making at each board. You can look ahead to see what's coming up, planning your path forward, and again, make decisions. It would be helpful to unlock that third tier of mage armor, but I could also really use that hit point boost. The growth through the job-based license board is awesome, rewarding, and can make grinding feel
That's a bit much.
rewarding and can make grinding feel that much better.
I know I got a live action shot in between here, so I can't quite ripple these together yet. I'll just talk about how bad the PS2 version was. I don't think I need to
It
change
was
anything.
really, really boring in comparison. The exact same license board across every single character was so lame. Rather than unique traits or some abilities being available to others at different intervals, everyone was growing the same. Sure, you can expand out in different directions for each person, but that did not negate the lack of discovery or excitement. Trying to get certain spells or equipment meant everyone else had to essentially take the same path, making everyone feel kind of samey. Even worse, originally, you couldn't look ahead and see what was coming up. The only way to know was to spend license points to see what was adjacent, often leading to a lot of wasted license points.
Yeah, I don't think I need to change anything in there. Kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, I'm planning on doing 14 next. Am I ever going to finish Tactics 1.3? No. Tactics 1.3 is cool in theory, but I think just that one battle with the succubuses alone is so much bullshit. Like, that's so much more of like a he got you than like a natural rise and challenge or anything like that. As much as I love Tactics, that part sucked. At 1.3. Alright. Let's do some shit here.
There are some other unfortunate holdovers from the PlayStation 2 version to the HD Zodiac Age. Graphics isn't one of them. Like I said, the HD version looks freaking fantastic and holds up so well with just higher res textures. The voice acting is an issue though. Not the acting itself, mind you, because frankly, the voice acting is pretty great.
Worried I'm out to steal the Nethicite, eh? Can't say I'm unaccustomed to people doubting my intentions.
Apologies, but I needed to know where you stand.
For the first time, many of the voice actors have a background in theater, allowing for a diverse cast of different dialects. You can hear inspirations of English accents, Spanish accents, Middle Eastern, and Icelandic. This is another way the world feels so realized. The way people sound places their background and where they're from. Frankly, this is some of the best voice acting in all of Final Fantasy. It's that good, natural, and believable in each scene, with the exception of Vaughn. Vaughn is a 17-year-old kid, so they figured who can sound like a 17-year-old kid? How about an actual 17-year-old kid with very limited voice acting experience? And it shows. This is how he sounds in every scene.
We're orphans. The first thing you learn is you gotta watch out for yourself. Come on, Pinello. You know it as well as I do.
Incredibly wooden, no inflections, and like he's talking at the script instead of the scene or the other characters. Look, the guy was young, and it's not entirely his fault, but... Yeesh.
I was gonna do that little keyframe here.
Entirely his fault, but...
Set the center point to his face.
Yeesh. Entirely his fault, but... Yeesh.
Maybe a little bit faster.
His fault, but... Yeesh. Also, there is so much voice...
It's either that or... have the keyframe last the entire clip. It just goes all in.
The guy was young, and it's not entirely his fault, but... Yeesh. Also... Yeesh. Also...
Not enough. More.
Not entirely his fault, but... Yeesh. Also...
Need to cut it out just a few frames earlier, though. Aside from that, though, yes.
Not entirely his fault, but... Yeesh. Also, there is so much...
There we go. Hey, pal. "12 is one of your faves, right up there with 9 for you?" Honestly, I think 12 is one of my favorites, too. And I can also actively say that for as much as I like it, it is like one of the most flawed Final Fantasy games.
Voice acting in Final Fantasy XII. Lots of cutscenes and side characters, and they all get voiced. So much so, in fact, it was difficult to fit it all onto a PlayStation 2 DVD. Because of this, you can hear how much they had to compress the audio. A lot of times in cutscenes, you'll notice a certain tinniness with spoken dialogue. It's an unfortunate necessity, and sadly the same compressed audio files had to be used for the HD version. It's forgivable, but noticeable. I mentioned earlier that this takes place in the world of Ivalice, which is also the same world as Final Fantasy Tactics.
All right, let's do the visual transition here, because again, it's kind of moving from one topic to another. And we can visually show that the topic is moving with a visual transition to match the topic transition. What do I want there?
Forgivable, but noticeable. I mentioned earlier that this takes place in the world.
That's a bit better.
World of Ivalice, which is also the same world as Final Fantasy Tactics. They share more than just the world. The music of 12 is also done by the composer of Tactics, Hitoshi Sakimoto. Much like the aesthetic of the world, I love this kind of music. It feels so wholly unique compared to any other mainline Final Fantasy game. Every song is wonderfully composed, befitting of the scenario they crescendo in. Much like the previous couple of entries, 12 only has one song.
I want to show a picture of Satoshi.
Sakimoto, much like the aesthetic of the world. Hitoshi Sakimoto, much like the aesthetic of the music of 12.
What? Not someone else. Okay. God damn it, I don't want the WebP file, I just want the JPEG. Give it to me. Ah, it looks like shit. Damn, is there like just not a good photo of this guy? These are also like blurry or low DPI. Fuck it. I don't know if I can. These all just look like ass. Yeah, fuck it, I guess.
All of this also done by the composer of Tactics, Hitoshi Sakimoto. Much like the aesthetic of the world, I love this kind of music. It feels so wholly unique compared to any other mainline Final Fantasy game. Every song is wonderfully composed, befitting of the scenario they crescendo in. Much like the previous couple of entries, 12 only has one song attributed to iconic musician Nobuo Uematsu, and that's the ending theme. While I don't personally consider this to be a shortcoming, Hoshimoto's musical style does not capture what Uematsu seemed to have mastered decades earlier. The music of Final Fantasy XII is not as catchy, instantly recognizable, or necessarily memorable as any previous Final Fantasy. The reason is that the music is more atmospheric and not melodic. There aren't catchy hooks that allow someone to hum along after a single repeat. The earworms are not as strong to play in your brain while you're doing anything else. But the music of 12 is really, really good. I am not trying to discredit or devalue the work because it is outstanding. Again, it's just a different style. Think of it this way. It's more cinematic than anything else. Like a movie, the music is there and present to fit the mood of the on-screen storytelling. It's at no point taking more attention away from what's going on because it's so catchy. Let's bring it back to Rabanastre for a moment. I've already talked about how immersive it is thanks to its people, the busy markets, the location, the style, all that. Now on top of that, the Rabanastre theme wraps it all up into a perfect song encompassing the feeling of just another day in the city. Because of that, it's honestly pretty catchy enough on its own. Another unfortunate...
It's a little on the quiet side.
It's honestly pretty catchy enough on its own. Another unfortunate truth is that the soundtrack isn't as memorable because Final Fantasy XII doesn't have battle music. Since there's a seamless transition into battle music. doesn't have battle music. Since there's a seamless transition into battles, the area theme continues to play instead of hitting us with any kind of fight music. The exception is that there is a boss battle track, and while it has pieces of a melody that are memorable, it's still mostly atmospheric, knowing that the song still slaps. I still want to note that after being absent from Final Fantasy X and XI, the victory music returns in full, fittingly as the party strikes up a pose after vanquishing a boss. And of course, the main Final Fantasy overture plays on the main menu, and in between chapters as narration furthers the plot. To be perfectly honest, this may be my favorite version of that theme.
My true motive, to bring the various counter-imperial forces scattered throughout Ivalice together in unified resistance.
I'm not sure I want to change much there. I'm not sure if there's a lot I can visually add to that section. Which I don't know, that might be fine. If someone is still watching this video by like the 24-minute mark, surely they're just in for the rest, right? Oh. Alright, you need to keep this section separated. So I got a live action shot to go in the middle here.
In typical fashion of the other Ivalice games, Final Fantasy XII focuses on a very political-driven plot. It begins with an empire taking over nearby territories. There's intrigue about who's an ally and who isn't, plenty of infighting, and a small group of people from all places doing their best to bring peace. This is why we follow the party of heroes that we do. They're trying to stop war and set things right. Vaughn is a street urchin whose only family was killed in the war 2 years earlier. Penelo is his childhood friend and follows him wherever he goes. Balthier is a sky pirate who claims to be after riches and glory, but he shrouds a deeper connection to the war than he leads on. Fran is a Viera, a bunny girl, that is a loyal companion to Balthier. But let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at
Okay. How am I going to do this? Morning, Ray Ray. Hope you're well.
I like it better that way.
that is a loyal companion to Balthier. But let's get her out of Balthier. But let's get her
Just need a quick push on that one. Like real quick.
But let's get her out of the way. But let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how sexy Balthier is. Let's get her out of the way. Let's get her out of the way for a second. Balthier. But let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how sexy
See, the joke here is that Fran's got a butt. And then we're going to look at it and talk about that, but we're just going to talk about how fucking hot Balthier is. That's the joke. It's funnier when you explain it.
Loyal companion to Balthier. But let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how sexy Balthier is. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy, right? Balthier is. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy.
I'm going to make hearts and stuff appear around him. Can I find... Yeah, something like this. Oh, goddamn you, iStock. I don't want to pay money. They can like edit around it. Like if I just do some proper chroma key, bet I could. How the fuck did they put that again? Image control? Nice. Where is it? Hello? Oh, keying. Duh. Fucking idiot.
Damn, this Fantasy guy right here.
Yeah, perfect. Then it'll throw a crop in the middle. Get rid of the frickin' watermark. I've done it. I have defeated you.
How sexy Balthier is! Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch is a Let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how.
I think I wanna.
I need like bubbling sound effects.
Not bubble wrap. Bubbling. Not quite. Ooh. Perfect. Give me that. Not for this part, but for something else. Maybe is there like a heart sound effect? Alright, the number was broke. Hold on. That's a bit closer to what I'm thinking. Might work. Let's download it, slap it in, and see how it sounds. What site do I use for audio effects? I'm using a website called artlist.io, pal. They've got music, sound effects, and even some like stock footage on here. That's all actually pretty good. I'll Discord it to you. Hold on.
Sexy Belthier is, damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy, right? Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy, right? Yeah.
Not bad, but then I kind of want to add in a like a wind chime. I made a huge mistake. Yeah, like that. I tried to search for like love wind chime, and the website just said, "You mean love? Here's several sounds of people fucking." It's like, that's not. Maybe later, but that's not what I want right now.
Here is, damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy, right? Yeah.
Okay, I'll move that.
Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch. Bosch is a discreet. Bosch is a discreet.
So I think we really need to change out here is that the music does not fit at all. Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Do I got any of that fuck music? That might work. If I were to find hot boy music.
Yeah.
Not what I wanted. Fuck. Not what I wanted. Why does this show me sound effects? I wanted music, goddammit. That one's not bad. I want it sexier, and not so bluesy. Maybe a bit much. Oh, too funky. Don't have lyrics. No. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to find a better one. Might just need to be that jazzy one. Is that a little too on the nose? Sure, whatever. I'll take that one too. JRPG voices? Is that what you think, chat? Ah. No, please don't. Just go back to music, please. Nope. How did I get here? I blame chat. Chat's too horny. That's why this is happening. Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna move on. Again. If I spend too much time trying to figure it out, I will go insane.
Let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how sexy Balthier is.
Okay, that's very quiet.
Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch. Look at how sexy Balthier is. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch is a disgrace.
How do I feel about that one?
Look at how sexy Balthier is. Damn. But let's get her out of the way.
Yeah, I need to be closer, like here.
But let's get her out of the way for a second. Look at how sexy Balthier is. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch is a discreet.
Whatever, I'm just gonna go with that. I don't think having too specific of a song is gonna enhance the joke that much better. Zanita D, thank you for the resub. 2 years.
Balthier is. Damn, hottest Final Fantasy guy right here. Bosch is a disgraced knight of Dalmasca who swears his sword to protect us.
Right back to normal.
Protecting Princess Ashe, the rightful heir to the kingdom of Dalmasca, who must let the world believe she is dead while she acts in secret to free her people. Their opposition lies primarily in the Empire of Arcadia. They siege tirelessly to take over as many territories as possible. At the center of it all is the Emperor himself and his 2 surviving sons. The young Larsa, whose compassionate heart is betrayed by his naivety, and his older brother Vayne, whose glorious hair and soft-spoken demeanor hides his ambition and sinister ways. The laws of the Empire are enforced by the judges, essentially elite knights that carry out the will and orders of their lords. This is all to set the stage of the conflict, Ashe and her companions trying to restore her to power, while Vayne makes power grabs among the conflicting leaders of the Empire. This is the most widespread.
Sweet.
Mitoshi, thanks for the resub.
This is a whole Star Wars section I just don't want to do anymore.
I don't want to do it. It's hard. This is the most widespread, misinformed, ignorant opinion of Final Fantasy XII, and wouldn't you know it, it's repeated over and over again by thousands of people who have never played Final Fantasy XII. Here's the argument. The entire plot of Final Fantasy XII is basically the exact same as Star Wars A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the similarities! Vaughn has no parents. Exact same as Star Wars A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the similarities! Vaughn of Final Fantasy XII is basically the exact same as
Sweet.
The Carmix! Twitch Prime resub, thank you so much. I don't know how many people here have ever played Super Star Wars on SNES. But can we just talk about this real quick? What the fuck happened to Luke Skywalker's face here? Everyone else looks really good. Fine, fine, fine. Why is he melting? No, check. Not actual Mark Campbell. I'm talking about Luke Skywalker. This is just like a reproduction of like the Star Wars cover. You didn't have the accident until after this, okay? I mean, like, why is the pixel graphics, whoever made this pixel graphic art, made his face melt? And it looks really bad. The exact same as
as Star Wars: A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the similarities.
Refuse to believe the Super Star Wars series of games can be beaten by humans. Fucking same, dude. Those games are so fucking hard and they're such bullshit. Especially the first one. But Empire Strikes Back is also hard. Return of the Jedi, arguably the easiest one, still fucking hard. I've never beat those games legitimately, and I don't know if I ever want to. I think the first one's the easiest. No, I think I feel like the Sandcrawler stage alone is just such a wall. Can we, like, and the inside of it?
As Star Wars, same as Star Wars: A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the... Because, well... look at all the similarities. Thrawn has no parents as Star Wars: A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the similarities. As Star...
We're gonna need some more transition sound effects for here.
Same as Star Wars: A New Hope. Because, well... exact same as Star Wars: A New Hope. Because, well, look at the... Wars: A New Hope. Because, well, look at all the similarities. Thrawn has no parents and goes on a journey. Balthier is basically Han Solo because he's a smuggler with a ship or whatever. Therefore, Fran is Chewbacca because she's his co-pilot. And they're both furry. They both have a princess and an experienced knight to train up the younger protege. Look, there's even an empire. And those judges are just all Darth Vaders. The heroes get trapped on one of their ships. They're in the desert a lot. There's a resistance led by the princess. And, I don't know, look at it. Just look at it. My issue with this comparison is that it is so meekly surface level that it's a demonstrably misunderstanding of everything about Final Fantasy XII. All of these comparisons are easily dismantled by anyone who has actually played the game and paid any amount of attention. In fact, I'm gonna do that. Let's dismantle it. Vaughn is not Luke Skywalker. The main purpose of Luke was the hero's journey.
Shit, I already used this song. Fuck. But also, fuck it.
In fact, I'm gonna do that. Let's dismantle it. Dismantle it. Vaughn is... Let's dismantle it. Vaughn is not Luke Skywalker. Is not Luke...
Okay. This whole section is going to take some doing. I just want to use Luke's shitty face here. It makes me laugh.
Vaughn is not Luke. Vaughn is not Luke. Luke Skywalker. The main purpose of Luke was the hero's journey. Is not Luke Skywalker. The main
Any idea when this will be released? Next week. Find just like a cartoony bounce effect. Bit much, don't you think? Alright, maybe.
Let's bounce.
That's not helpful. Classic boing. Na 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 na. This is Mario boing? That doesn't sound anything like Mario, you dumbass website. Let's bounce. From here on out, all my new Twitch alerts are going to be just sound effects from this website.
Yummy!
See, wouldn't that be good?
No!
Alright, that was perfect. Oh, my library is a freaking mess now. I should have been sorting it as I was going. Let's do classic boing. It's a classic. Can't go wrong.
Is not Luke Skywalker. The main purpose of Vaughn is not Luke Skywalker. The main purpose of Luke was the hero's journey. A youth gets forcibly ousted from his life, learns the way of the world while gaining
Got ideas. Perfect. Did anyone ever play Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Assault on the GameCube? It was a Rogue Squadron game. It was the third one, but it was the first one. They're like, what if we had on-foot missions? So instead of doing just like X-Wing fighting and all that, like all the previous games, they had some like not great on-foot sections on the GameCube. Anyway, I'm gonna get footage of that to show for Luke Skywalker. Sorry, that was me. Didn't you have some on-foot stuff? No, it didn't. Although what was cool about Rogue Squadron 3 is that it included the entirety of Rogue Squadron 2. Only it was two-player co-op. Like, that's fucking cool.
Here they are.
Perfect. Complete with assy camera angles and everything.
Luke Skywalker. The main purpose of Luke was the hero's journey. A youth gets forcibly ousted from his life, learns the way of the world while gaining strength, is taught by a mentor, and finally vanquishes from his life, learns the way of
But look, it's all these movie scenes in it. Isn't that neat? And that's it. That's low level. Maybe I should get footage of him just like shooting dudes down. Oh, I'm doing a goofy jump. Perfect.
Here they are.
The main purpose of Luke was the hero's journey. A youth gets forcibly ousted from his life, learns the way of life, learns the way.
Let's see, what other games was he in? He was in Forced Unleashed and you kill him. Disney Infinity. I know there's Lego Star Wars, obviously. Battlefront. Should be 600 bits. we'll just do the...
purpose of Luke was the hero's journey. A youth gets forcibly ousted from his life, learns the way of the world while gaining...
Maybe let's bring it back to Vaughn.
Learns the way of the world... from his life, learns the way of the world while gaining strength, is taught by a mentor, and finally vanquishes whatever evil so that he can go back home. Vaughn does none of these things.
I just need to show them like Battlefront or something. Don't have a whole lot of options to use. Not sure how much like other game footage I want to put into a Final Fantasy review, you know? God, I could show him from Shadows of the Empire, but the PC version, which has like the horrifying cutscenes. Where his face is just like horrific. If I can get good shots of it. Alright, yeah. I mean, I could use the N64 version where it's just like stills and it looks way better. What's the fun in that? If you guys have not seen this before, you're not prepared. All right, ready? There's Luke!
Something's not right. I have a feeling someone else is pulling Jabba's strings.
Looks pretty perfect to me.
Learns the way of the world while gaining strength, is taught by a mentor, and finally vanquishes.
If nothing else, maybe it'll get people to be like, what game was that? And therefore I get more comments on the video, increasing its interaction, and then a million views. Yeah, I'm a genius. You guys are right.
Mentor, and finally vanquishes whatever evil so that he can go back home. Vaughn does none of these things. He starts primarily motivated by revenge, wanting to hurt someone for the death of his older brother Rex, specifically the Empire and Bosch, whom he blames directly. He does not get empowered from his journey, and he doesn't get any kind of training or mentorship. Vaughn isn't even the main character. The plot is hardly about him. He does establish his own reasons for going with the party, but it has nothing to do with the hero's journey or anything similar. Related to that, Bosch is not Obi-Wan. Related to that, Bosch is not
really want to use the hello there bit, but I don't want to use actual movie footage at all.
To that, Bosch is not Obi-Wan.
Check him out, invert.
To that, Bosch is not. To that, Bosch is not.
I'm gonna try to do a clever thing here.
Related to that, Bosch is not.
I could make this super fancy. I don't think I want to. Just because the effort's not really worth the payoff.
Related to that, Bosch is not Obi-Wan. The only Obi-Wan is not Obi-Wan.
There's a lack of motion at that start there for some reason. What did I screw up? Oh, that's why, because you need to start right there. There we go.
Bosch is not Obi-Wan. The only similarity.
Fix the mask though. Showing more text than I would like. Yeah, there we go.
That Bosch is not Obi-Wan. The only is not Obi. Related to that, Bosch is not Obi-Wan. The only Related to that, Bosch is not Obi-Wan. The only similarity between them is that they're both experienced warriors. The main difference here is that Bosch doesn't give a shit about Vaughn, or the supposed Luke in this instance. At no point does he offer him guidance, give him training, or demonstrate to him how to better his world or his self. In fact, Bosch doesn't do this with anyone. He doesn't give any kind of wisdom or direction to anyone in the party. He's here for a reason and one reason only: to protect Ash and help her goal. Ash is not Princess Leia. Ash is not Princess Leia. Their similarities begin and end at being a princess and a leader of a resistance group. Ash is far more jaded.
How much more do I want to go with the these little like vignettes? I feel like if I did for the others, I'm almost obligated to do for the rest.
Ash is not Princess Leia.
Oh, hell yeah. Get her in the original Star Wars Battlefront 2? That could be funny. To do that. Square's making each Final Fantasy game more and more like Star Wars. That is not even remotely true. In the case for any of them. Which is pretty much why I've got a dedicated segment to this video about why that's a stupid comparison. It's a stupid comparison said by stupid people. Tell you don't have troops that look like Sky Troopers in Final Fantasy 15. I haven't played that far in Final Fantasy 15, so I couldn't tell you there. My problem with it, my biggest thing with that comparison, I've told this before, is that it's like, have you never seen any other movie or any other piece of media that isn't Star Wars? It would be like if the only movie I have ever seen in my entire life was Boss Baby. And I played Final Fantasy XII. And I was like, I don't know guys, this is giving me real Boss Baby vibes. Yeah, brighten that footage up. It's very dark.
Ash is not Princess Leia. Their similarities begin and end at being a Princess Leia. Their similarities begin and end at
a few frames off there.
and end.
Oh, not quite. Still off by a frame. Two frames, sorry.
Begin and end at being a prince.
Throw a drop shadow on that. Actually add that Obi-Wan back here too. Just help him pop out from behind the rest of the 12 footage. Yeah, that helps. Might like Luma control this Leia footage though.
Princess Leia. Their similarities begin and end at being a princess and a leader of a resistance group. Ash is far more jaded, angry, and filled with vengeance. She seeks power more and more to achieve her goals. And her story is more about how dangerously close she is to becoming the very thing she is swearing to destroy. Her headstrong conviction in this causes uncertainty in her companions and in herself. Balthier is not Han. I really want to use Masters of Terrascasi.
Because I do think that would be the funniest.
Seems my mission is the same. What always ends in bloodshed begins as just a game. History repeating. Who do they call when robots need defeating? History repeating. Who do I call when I'm broken and bleeding?
Alright, how do I do this?
Self. Balthier is not Han Solo. Companions and in herself. Balthier is not Han Solo, but I will concede that they are the most similar. Solo, but I will concede. Balthier is not Han Solo, but I will concede that they are the most.
Fran is not sexy Chewbacca? No, she's not.
Similar, especially in the personality department. Unlike Han Solo, though, Balthier doesn't help the party because he's the scoundrel with a heart of gold archetype. Everything Balthier does is because he has a much more
Jar Jar?
direct
No,
personal
Penelo isn't
connection to
anything.
whatever it is he's doing. Yeah, he's doing the right thing, but that's because of what he personally knows and not strictly because he wants to help someone in need. And Fran is not Chewbacca. Again, their similarities are just the furry co-pilot. Fran actually gives more of the wise mentor role, thanks to her race living for. And Fran is not.
I don't know if I got a funny Chewbacca. They could just show like a really shitty Chewbacca Halloween mask. video almost done being edited? No, it's not super close. It's like maybe 65, 70%. How often do I go back and watch my own videos? Darn close to never. Like, when I get a video done, like, I'm done with it, and I'm moving on with my life. There's just no eyes.
In need. And Fran is not too. And Fran is not too.
I just do like a slow, terrifying fade in.
Baka again.
Not quite.
And Fran is not Chewbacca. Chewbacca again.
Put like right there.
Need. And Fran is not Chewbacca again. Is not Chewbacca again. Again, they're similar. Chewbacca. And Fran is not Chewbacca. Again, they're similar. To help someone in need. And Fran is not Chewbacca. Again, their similarities are just the furry co-pilot. Fran actually gives more of the wise mentor role, thanks to her race living for hundreds of years and being so much more attuned to the mist and magic of their world. Fran is able to explain the workings of different mysteries. If there's a strange, magical thing or fascinating locale, it's Fran that will relay information. She is the knowledgeable one of the group. Finally, Penelo is not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. For one, the comparisons run dry.
Did anyone ever play Star Wars Droid Works? Have I seen the new episode of Orville today? No, I have not watched it yet. Star Wars Droid Works? Yeah. It was like a early to mid 90s PC game that was like one of those like edutainment games where you just build different droids to like solve whatever puzzle of the world. Anyway, here's C-3PO.
Fortunately for you, we are here to assist you.
Finally, Penelo is not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. For one, the comparisons run not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. For one, the comparisons run dry, so you can really feel what a stretch it is to shoehorn Penelo into comparisons run dry, so you can C-3PO or R2-D2. Not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. Hello is not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. Is not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. For one, the comparisons run dry.
Just have it like kind of drop from the top.
Penelo is not C-3PO or R2-D2 or whoever. For one, the comparisons run dry, so you can really feel what a stretch it is to shoehorn Penelo into some other Star Wars character. It's like they realized they ran out of options and just slapped on the next thing that came to mind. Penelo doesn't even serve the role many people attribute to her. She is not the voice of reason for the party. Penelo is there because she's the childhood best friend archetype and will follow Vaughn to the ends of the earth. And that's it. If anything, she is less relevant than anyone from Star Wars could ever be. I can go on. The story isn't about an empire versus the underdog rebellion. The story is about the Empire of Arcadia going to war with the Second Empire, the Empire of Rosaria. Ash's country was simply caught in the middle, and the Rosarian Empire is actively trying to prevent all-out war. The judges only bear resemblance to Darth Vader because, what, they're dudes in cool-looking armor? The main one, Judge Gabranth, has nothing to do with Vaughn and is actually the twin brother of Bosch, a major plot point setting things in motion. And what's the comparison to Larsa in all this? Another major story character who is from the supposed evil Arcadian Empire, but works with Ash and the other Empire to stop war. And who is Vane supposed to be? The Emperor? Because he isn't. His dad is literally the Emperor, and Vane is the one being manipulated and controlled. But I'll get to that.
Another thing I think I need to change is that the Clan Hall music goes on for maybe too long? Hard to say.
I mean, like, the early seasons, obviously. Okay. Feel like they're lifting more from the prequels? I don't understand that. Is there a secret clone army somewhere, or is trade negotiations somehow causing everything to fall apart? Unless the judges are supposed to be the Jedi. Dude, yeah, I don't see that at all. Again, at best, it's all very surface level comparisons that people make. It's a lot of visual base, a lot of like, well, obviously this guy looks like that guy, so therefore, same game or story or whatever. No, it's a very reductive take that I find incredibly frustrating. And again, I actually say this in the video too, but if you really wanted to, you could make enough stretches to compare anything to Star Wars. That's why it's such a dumb, weak argument to me. Like, I've literally had people say Final Fantasy VI is basically Star Wars. Fucking how? Because there's an empire? Plus, if I wanted to even concede that certain events in 12 could bear resemblance to Star Wars, that ends after 6 hours of the game. Like, it's like a small fraction of the overall plot. But, everyone didn't want to have critical thinking or analyze it. They just wanted to repeat the opinion of something or someone else they've already heard, so that way they could feel like they are also informed. It's like why those YouTube movie review channels are so fucking popular and successful. Not because of people really want to hear this whatever movie reviewer's opinion. It's because they summarize the movie for them in 20 minutes, and then they can take that opinion and then parrot it. So it's like they've seen the movie, but without ever actually having to form their own opinion or have critical thinking or anything. From the perspective of political manipulation from the prequels, I don't know. I feel like the prequels' political manipulations is less clear than 12's. I personally compare 12 to the early seasons of Game of Thrones. That's actually a point that I'm making right here. 1 through 3. Anything after that, just nah. in this causes uncertainty in her companions and in herself. Balthier is not Han Solo, but I will concede that they are the most similar, especially in the personality department. Josh is not Obi-Wan.
Is it pizza time? I don't know, I haven't had pizza in a while. Michael Costello, 5 years. Final Fantasy II for NES was more like Star Wars. I suppose. If you swap out Death Star for tornadoes. I do think I want to swap out the music though, just because it just seems like it goes on for a long time. Alright, starts here.
To help someone in need. And Fran is not Chewbacca. Again, their similarity.
If I would change out right here, because I would give each song about 2 minutes ago. I don't know if I can find one that would fit better, or I could just say fuck it, just keep it there, let it play. Because it didn't. Yeah, it might be one of those. If we're to find something better, it'd be like one of those changes that makes the video like 2% better. And the diminishing returns on that's not great.
I mean, like the early seasons, obviously. That same kind of political intrigue is prevalent throughout every single story beat of Ash's plight. There are many pieces at play at all times. Everyone is trying to make moves that will directly benefit themselves on all sides. Keeping up with all of it is sometimes difficult, but is fascinating to watch play out. There are allies to the heroes that ostensibly betray them, but have actually set them up to prevail. Many times, the narrative switches to the heads of the Empire bickering and outright stating their distrust of Vane. Even the judges realize not all is right, with some swearing fealty to whatever their command is, and some, like Gabranth, choosing to be the protector of the best potential future of their empire, Larsa. He even meets up with Ash and the figurehead of the other empire to meet with a religious leader to discuss avenues of peace. This all comes with a price, though. It's a struggle to follow along. I already talked about how much I love the aesthetic of everything, and that extends to the dialogue and words spoken as well. There's a certain flair that comes with every sentence, like it was romanticized in a...
Where's that?
It was
There's like one single frame. Subtitle there. Got rid of that.
It's romanticized in a literal sense. Words, intent, and meaning are not spoken directly and clearly. There are layers underneath layers of every single line of dialogue. So much of the story is told through subtext, the spaces between the lines, that just reading along will leave you confused and lost. There are so many fantastic scenes that when they end, you can say to yourself, "Holy crap, that was an awesome scene! I have no idea what just happened." Without taking a moment to process this and parse what it was that was just said, it's going to go in one ear and right out the other. Let me put it this way. Remember in middle school when they made us all read plays by William Shakespeare, but in the sidebar of the textbook was italicized?
100% use this shot twice, don't I?
middle school when they made us all read plays by William Shakespeare, but in the sidebar of the textbook was italicized words explaining all the weird-ass sentences right next to it. Final Fantasy XII requires you to keep your mindset in that sidebar. You need to translate and understand each word. Here, I'll even give it a shot. This is one of the best scenes in the entire game. I'll show it to you how it's presented, and then we'll watch it again, only with my interpretations.
Your words may convince a child such as this, but they weigh far too lightly on the scales for my taste. Our paths will remain separate.
Do you not think Amalia worth saving?
I hold men's lives in my hands. I must see foes in every shadow. The night we moved against Vayne, he knew. I will not chance such disadvantage again. I must treat you as I would Ondor, as I would treat any abettor of the Empire.
Then what will you do? Hold me here in chains? Some things never change, do they?
Listen to me, Bosch. Your cage may have no bars, but it is a cage. The eyes of the Resistance watch unblinking.
Let them watch. I know something of cages.
Alright. I gotta wrap it up there, chat. I got a meeting I gotta do at 6. So sadly, I'll need to wrap it up there. Finishing the video today? No, absolutely not. I still have to record the live action bits. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out with me, chat. Appreciate it. I'll just keep plugging away. Keep plugging away. That's it. Just plugging away. I know I got the next stream scheduled for Saturday. Don't know what I'm doing yet. It may depend entirely on how far along this video is. Or if I gotta keep doing any more filming or anything like that, so we'll have to see, but I'm taking off for the evening. Thank you guys for hanging out with me during all of this. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys over in the Discord.